Elizabeth, I'm so happy to see you. I was so concerned.
It is also good to see you in these darkened hours.
Indeed, we stand upon the present.
No, I returned home.
Your friend, the well-informed old
Bridget. She is such a tragic figure.
Indeed, she has.
Once this is all over, I will study.
I was concerned for your safety. McCullum draws...
Fear not. I've evaded the hunters for many a year.
Old Dawson is now my progeny.
Jonathan, what have you...
Indeed you did. And for your advice...
You did what you thought was right at the time.
Now I am assured of your safety.
Good. Now go, my dear.
It is
I'm all right, Jonathan. I'm all right.
What is this truck?
It's mine! I'll take
Are the
it.
vampire hunters here already?
A leech! A leech! I'll send you to hell.
Good evening.
Good evening, Doctor. Wise choice, Doctor.
Those bastards. What have they done to Edgar? Looks like he's wounded. I better follow the blood.
ultraviolet curtains and orichalcum powder. Dr. Swansea's always been a resourceful bastard. I bet he never told you he had this installed in case of a vampire attack. Says a lot about how much he trusts you.
What have you done with Edgar?
Don't worry. We don't kill humans. Even if your friend is deserving of a little punishment for one.
What are you talking about?
We know everything. Swansea and you created this bloody epidemic. You aim to unleash another disaster, just like William Marshall did.
No, I'm trying to put an end to it. Just like you are.
You're its progeny, aren't you? Where is the monster hiding? It's still in England, isn't it?
I have no idea what you're talking about. Jeffrey, please listen to me.
No tricks. That shit won't work on me. We've found proof in the theater. Doris Fletcher was your first experiment. Now where is Marshall? Speak! So much for modern technology. Time for the tried and true. Do you know what this is, Beast? This is a drop of King Arthur's blood. The blood of a true defender of Britain. Stronger than your evil powers.
This is ridiculous. We're losing precious time.
True enough. Soon I'll bring your head before your coward of a father.
Pin you down.
Show some style. Fight like a man. If you're so innocent, why does simple light burn you so much? Come on. Freewind prevails! Close your eyes! This is gonna hurt. Your poisonous bite is useless on me. If you're so innocent, why does simple light burn you so much? Take you down! Come on, Reed. Show some style. Fight like a man. Your poisonous bite is useless on me. It hurts, doesn't it? I'll pin you down! The blood of a true defender of this land will protect me. Show some style. Fight like a man. Your poisonous bite is useless on me. Try something else. Show some style. Fight like a man. Your poisonous bite is useless on me.
Good evening, nurse.
Good evening, Dr.
Are you all right?
Poor Dr. Swansea.
Where is Dr. Swansea?
I don't know.
Do you need medical?
I'm afraid I've contracted some...
Not under my...
Thank you, Doc.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
Freewind prevails! Close your eyes! This is gonna hurt. Come on, Reed. Try something. I'll pin you down! If you're so innocent, why does simple light burn you so much? Your poisonous bite is useless on me. Freewind prevails! Come on, Reed. Try something else. Show some style. Fight like a man. Or pin you down! Close your eyes! This is gonna hurt. I know! It hurts, doesn't it? The blood of a true defender of this land will protect me. True light will cleanse you. I know. It hurts, doesn't it? If you're so innocent, why does simple light burn you so much? True light will cleanse you. If you're so innocent, why does simple light... we are the guardian of justice. Priwen shall prevail.
You can't accept the fact we're not enemies, can you?
We always have been, and we always will be. Of all the evils that threaten mankind, your kind are the worst.
I'm not saying we could be friends, you and I. But perhaps we could collaborate to put an end to this epidemic.
Never! We are Priwen. We do not negotiate. We do not compromise.
There is no way you'll ever let me be, McCullum. You'll always hunt me down, won't you?
There is no escape, Leech. Kill me now. For there is no way you can sway me to your ideals.
That's where you're mistaken.
What do you mean?
I'll make you a vampire. I'll make you one of us!
No! Kill me!
Prepare yourself, Hunter. You're about to be hunted, just like me.
No! No!
When I kissed my goodbye, I had no idea what I was doing. But now I do. Consider this my kiss of Judas. Welcome to the world through the looking glass. It's locked. So Priwen never left Doris's theater after they invaded. They must be holding Edgar here in their new headquarters. I can't believe I'm doing this. Doris Fletcher was about to become a disaster. I'm getting close to having all the evidence. I cannot enter. It's locked. It's locked. I should find the key. Blood of a pure heart, garlic, blood of a king. I don't understand. Perhaps this is what McCullum drank. I had better keep that in mind. Edgar. Edgar, can you hear me?
Jonathan, is it really you?
Easy. Easy. Save your strength. I'm getting you out of here.
Don't try to spare me. As a physician, I know all too well when it's too late. Punctured lung, broken ribs, and internal bleeding. An accurate diagnosis, wouldn't you say?
Edgar, what happened?
They wanted me to confess. Beat me black and blue.
Jeffrey McCullum ambushed me at the Pembroke Hospital. He was convinced you and I were responsible for the Skal epidemic.
I never imagine that self-righteous fanatic would dare to attack us in the open. What became of him?
I put him in a somewhat delicate position when I made him an immortal.
Really? You sure that was the wisest course of action?
Time will tell. The most intriguing part of his accusation was that you and I were the pawns of some ancient vampire.
William Marshall. Yes, they tortured me to make me confess the same nonsense.
Edgar, as much as I would like to believe you,
What do you mean?
William Marshall, for example, you speak of him as if you know him. How is that?
Jonathan, I cannot say I'm ready for another round of questions.
Why would the Guard of Priwen believe you and I created the vampire epidemic?
Maybe due to our profession. Because I offered you shelter in my hospital.
What can you tell me about William Marshall?
Not much. History paints the story he was the greatest knight who ever lived. Amongst the immortals, he had a yet greater legend.
Why is the Guard of Priwen so obsessed with him?
He was the only ancient vampire to escape the first great hunt launched by the Guard of Priwen in 1854. They believe he's an evil creature plotting his return.
Why would he deserve such a reputation?
I cannot say. The Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole has next to no intelligence on him. All I know is that he's supposed to be the oldest of all the British vampires.
While investigating the epidemic, I read some of McCullum's findings. I think you have some explaining to do.
I have nothing to hide, Jonathan. Nothing at all.
Do you know Doris Fletcher's real name?
No, I'm afraid not.
Her real name was Doris Jones. She was the daughter of Harriet Jones.
What do you want me to say, Jonathan?
Do you remember when we suspected Sean Hampton of killing Harriet Jones?
Yes. The terrible episode that came as a shock to us all.
Harriet Jones faked her own death. When I found her in the sewers, she confessed she wanted everybody to pay for what happened to her.
That woman was extremely bitter, full of hatred and festering anger.
Doris Fletcher visited her mother at the Pembroke Hospital. That's how she first got infected.
I know nothing about that. Miss Fletcher once came to visit the sick. That is all I know.
No, Edgar, there is more. Doris Fletcher was Harriet Jones's daughter. They exhibited the same symptoms: blind hate and strong physical mutation.
What does this sad story have to do with us?
Do you know where we are? Doris Fletcher's theater. This is where that hateful creature plotted to spread the epidemic across London.
I only briefly met Miss Fletcher once when she visited the Pembroke Hospital. You say it was to see her mother. She seemed like such a sweet and graceful woman.
My point exactly. The disease turned her into a bitter soul, driven by vengeance just like her mother. A symptom of all the infected patients.
Certain diseases are known to produce similar effects. Rabies, for example. And rabies is not the devil at work.
Come on, Ed.
How could I? I never saw Harriet Jones again after she...
Doris and Harriet shared more than a hidden family bond. They were the embodiment of the epidemic and are linked to the Pembroke Hospital. Come on, Edgar, this is no coincidence.
I swear I'm at a complete loss. All I did was administer vampire blood to cure old Harriet. There was no evil plan, no diabolical plot.
You did what?
I tested the regenerating and healing properties of vampire blood on Harriet Jones. My only intention was to find the cure for influenza, I swear.
Whose blood did you use? William Marshall's? Mine?
Lady Ashbury's. While transfusing her with human blood, humanely appeasing her hunger, I also kept samples of her blood for my research.
You used her blood on Harriet Jones? My God, Edgar, that's unethical. You betrayed 2 of your patients at the same time.
I made a mistake. But what is science if not trial and error? We both know it, Jonathan, we both know it.
What a poor justification for your morbid fascination and thirst for glory.
Hospital. Jonathan, you know I'm not an evil soul. Just another victim of this tragedy.
No, Edgar, you are not going to die. Unless you want to.
What do you mean?
I can save you, Edgar. I can turn your broken body into one like mine.
You truly would? After all I've done, after all that's been said, you would offer me this gift?
I have no way of knowing which punishment would be worse, Edgar. But it is not for me to decide. So?
Oh, please, Jonathan, please. I beg you. This is what I've always wanted. This is what I've always searched for.
Very well, then. Prepare to die and be reborn. To face an eternity of guilt.
I'm ready. Oh, indeed, I am ready.
Enough! Later. So Harriet Jones became the original carrier when Edgar gave her vampire blood. I must tell Elizabeth.
Die, leech!
What good fortune brings you back to me, Jonathan? What is it, my dear?
I'm afraid it's bad news, Elizabeth. The worst, actually.
Please, speak up.
Edgar is no longer in McCullum's grasp. I resolved that matter.
Where is our good friend now? Is he well?
Of a sort. His injuries were mortal. I had no choice but to make him one of us. To save him, or to punish him.
To punish him? I fail to understand. And what is the source of this cold tone in your voice?
Edgar Swansea was responsible for the Skull epidemic, Elizabeth. It was he who unleashed the deadly scourge upon London.
What? Are you certain? This is the most terrible accusation of all.
He confessed everything to me. He sought to cure the disease, to exploit vampire blood to stop the epidemic. But he unwittingly gave birth to a catastrophe.
All those poor victims. How could he do it? What happened?
Edgar gave no heed to ethics. His theory could have been proven to be correct, but he abused the confidence of his patients to test it.
I must say I'm shocked, Jonathan. Who would have thought it? And the poor patient. Let me guess. It was Harriet Jones, was it not?
Yes. That explains how Doris Fletcher was infected, and how she became an Ichor. She secretly visited her mother at Pembroke.
Then we have no choice. We must act quickly, Jonathan. We must return to the sewers and put an end to the threat poor Harriet embodies.
I have one more matter to discuss with you. Harriet Jones was the primary case, but do you know what a healthy carrier is?
There is a tone in your voice that frightens me, Jonathan. What are you trying to say?
It was your blood Edgar used for his experiment on Harriet Jones.
What? No. No. This can't be. Oh, God.
Elizabeth, are you all right?
No, I have to go.
What do you mean?
Leave me alone. Save the city, Jonathan. Save what can be saved.
Elizabeth, I need answers. Why did your blood
Stay
cause
away
this?
from me. Please. I swear I never was your
Wait!
enemy.
No! Elizabeth! Now would be a good time to blend the recipe Marshall used when he fought the disaster. I think I know where to find what I need.
Connect me to the city anymore.
Whose blood could be purer than that of William Marshall? Lord Redgrave will have to spare me a drop. Good evening.
And good evening.
Goodbye.
She's been...
Thanks to you, we have a new powerful member, Dr. Reed.
It's locked, all right. Good evening, Lord Redgrave.
Welcome, Lance-Bearer. So what do...
I've located the true origin of the epidemic.
Good. We've held out thus far, but the time has come to put an end to this crisis. Tell me, what do you need?
The blood of William Marshall.
The blood of William Marshall? Of my maker? Are you mad? This blood is the purest of all. My maker proffered it to me on the battlefield. I cannot hand it to you.
This is more important than the club, you or me. This is London's last hope.
I see. Well, in that case, given the gravity of the situation, I suppose I can spare you a drop.
Thank you, my lord.
Now go, Lance-Bearer. Craft a legend to be sung to Ascalon recruits for the ages to come.
I have a few...
You hold in that vial the most sacred blood of...
Support the equality between men and women.
Over there! There's an eye vermin! Die, bitch! See them fancy clothes? This one's at the top! Still by the fucking beast! Everyone shall prevail! It's one of them! Easy does it, boys! We can deal with it, vermin. Thank you. I'll send you to hell!
I cannot use garlic, but there may be a substitute in the Pembroke Hospital drugstore.
Vicious bugger! It's a leech! Kill it! This beast. Stop! Vampyr! Shit, that leech is fast! Away with you! Weapons ready! We fire! Come on! Back to the shadows! It's too fucking fast! We have to stop him! Roll back to the house! Demon! Back! There's one of them birds. God walks with me. Get your weapons ready. We found one.
We have a killer!
It's locked. It's locked, all right.
Steady, boys. We've got one of them. Fear no evil. We do the Lord's work here. The beast must die. Fear no...
It's locked, all right.
We can deal with this first. Murderous bastard! Crawl back to the hell that spawned you! Lord, give us strength! The power of the Lord commands you!
More efficient than garlic against blood poisoning and sepsis, and much less dangerous for me. Thank you, Dr. Polescu.
Bloody monster! I'll send you
This dead flesh needs it.
I cannot enter.
Watch out, boys! The power of the Lord!
Die, Annie! Kill it! Over there! There's one of them vermin! Kill it!
I shall fear no evil.
Die, vermin! Die, vermin!
Die, beast!
If McCullum really drank the blood of King Arthur, then I may have found another vital
Leech
ingredient
spotted!
in my recipe.
Watch out, boys! Leech spotted! Watch
Remember
out!
your vows, friend! Stop, Vampyr!
I'll put it He's dead!
Have no fear,
Pivot!
Good evening, Vampire Hunter.
Are you here to mock me, Reed?
Not at all, McCullum. I am here because I need you.
Really? I'm intrigued. Speak up, then.
I need the blood of a king. The blood of Arthur. I'm certain you possess it, and I must have it.
The Guard's most sacred and precious relic. Why would you... You found Marshall's memoirs. I should have destroyed that book.
I need the antidote to save this city, McCullum.
It is within me to take your words as truth. I want to, but I must know more. What precisely are your plans?
I have found the carrier, McCullum. The infection's source. It may be science or some supernatural power that's responsible for all this. But I will harness either or both to end the epidemic.
A vampire doctor. My God, you're a terrifying creature. Jonathan Emmett Reed.
Do you not understand? We wanted the same thing from the outset. A means to end this vampire epidemic.
Not enemies. Maybe that is so. Take it then. I see no other hope for this city. If this is some trick, you will be damned, Dr. Reed.
Thank you.
Indeed.
Why are you here?
The man who raised me after the brutal murder of my parents.
Were both your parents killed?
Yes. And yet worse. My father...
And who was...
Carl Eldritch. One-time leader of Prewin.
How are you adapting?
I feel so powerful it gives me shivers. I could be the greatest vampire hunter ever. Your worst nightmare.
Will you hunt?
You seem a decent fellow for a vampire. I've seen no evidence of you taking an innocent life.
Will you leave the guard now?
Are we not creatures of deceit? I could hide my nature from my men, or name a successor. Go my own way. Do not stray.
The flower's dying. It needs water. The flower's dying. It needs water. The blend seems stable. Time to go and find Harriet in the sewers.
Jonathan, my dear, I could...
Thank me.
Come now, you know what I mean.
I'm glad you...
How could I not be happy? You offered me the...
What about the brother?
I remain a member. I have information to provide now. Intelligence from the other side.
They won't banish you.
Not so long as I behave.
What will you do?
Experiment, my dear colleague.
What kind of...
Who knows? Nervous shock, brain damage, pain and
My God, Edgar.
I swear. No more experiments on mortals. See? I said mortals.
Will you continue?
Of course. I can help more than ever. And since I'm already dead, I can't get sick.
Have you seen a...
No. And I'm terrified to see her again.
Are you not afraid Priwen will find you?
I remain a man of peace. If things were to go awry...
How do you feel since you...
Absolutely fine. Did you know I can determine the...
Do you feel...
Yes. It's very peculiar, not like mortal hunger.
Have you...
Don't you think that's a private matter? I would not ask you such an indiscreet question.
Goodbye.
Crush the leech, boys! Look lively! It's on to us!
Peace. Priwen shall prevail.
Crush the leech, boys!
For now, everything seems under control. More or less.
Don't forget to keep an eye out.
A weapon, boys. Lost boys will be more fitting.
This one's mine!
Gone back to the shadows.
This Seymour worries me.
Welcome back to my humble shelter, Dr. Reed.
No, Sean. I just came back.
I feel all right.
Are you still feeding on corpses?
No. It's almost as though the blood you forced me to drink has provided me eternal satisfaction.
How is the sanitary situation in this part of town?
I think it's acceptable. Fewer cases of sickness recently. I thank the Lord for his mercy.
How are things in your shelter? Between the mortals and the immortals, I mean.
Even if we're all children of God, I've always maintained...
What do you...
A few years ago, a Skal decided to pay a nocturnal visit to my sleeping customers. He got caught licking their necks in the dark. Since then, I have added a lock to the door.
What if food became scarce? Wouldn't the
The
immortal...
Skals can feed on the dead, Doctor. And until Judgment Day, mortals will continue dying.
How did you...
When younger, I used to patrol the streets at night, searching for lost...
Had you already...
Just once, and very briefly. Most of them are very discreet, and they see me as an outsider, even if I...
You really are?
Oh, no, sir, I'm not. But I know evil, and I believe good...
Have you seen Harriet Jones?
No, she is with the sewer Skals now.
What happened?
I guess we recognized each other. As Skals, I mean. She had but one thought. To punish. To get revenge upon everything.
But why did she fake?
I just lost her for a minute that night. When I found her, she had caused mayhem.
What happened then?
We ran here through narrow streets and backyards. She kept...
Would you let me listen to your chest?
No, Dr. Reed. You already forced me to drink your blood, and I thank you for that, for I feel better now. But it was quite an unpleasant experience.
It would help me greatly if you would allow me to give you a physical examination.
I said no. I'm no subject of medical...
Farewell. This place has been ransacked. They've all been slaughtered. Pre-one? No, not their style.
Take not a step further, child, for you are
You, at last. I wondered when you...
Desist, child. You cannot...
All right. But no more riddles.
My words have been as clear as crystal lake.
Why did you...
Only you could provide a modern, scientific answer.
What kind?
Disease, contagion, and contamination.
Speak to me.
The blood of hate. Vessel of the wrath.
What is your true...
I do not understand. This is who I am.
Blood?
Why would I? And no, I'm not made of blood. I am blood. Blood is what I am.
But who are you really?
I am your maker. I am the servant of the...
Just give me one, then.
There are those who call me Myrddin Wild, the Wild Horned Man. But I never was a man.
I'm here to...
I have heard you, but be wary. Harriet Jones's...
What is the...
It is the curse of the goddess. It...
Tell me about this disaster.
A disaster is pure anger born through...
And who is the...
She is the Red Goddess, the Queen of Blood.
The Morrigan? The Celtic goddess of war? Is this a ruse of some kind?
She has been worshipped in many forms.
So the disaster is some sort of accident?
That's your modern answer.
Tell me what it is then. In your...
A disaster is the pure will of our Queen. Whenever she dreams of walking this earth, she awakes in this putrid vessel.
I only...
To perform an act so noble, you must protect yourself.
I know. McCullum used such a serum when trying to kill me.
Your final task awaits you at the end of these tunnels. I've known for...
What will happen?
Your fate, my child, and the fate of...
Will it be over then? One...
Yes. The threat will dissipate.
And then what? What will become of me?
How would I know? I am no god, and your fate...
You tricked me.
Very soon you'll come to know that sacrifice is something. Be brave, my child.
Sir, you have no idea what could happen to you if you...
For fuck's sake! Do I have to punch you in the face to...
It's my duty to insist.
I'm safe here, don't you get it?
I see. Well...
Do you think I'm stupid? The Night Asylum, the turquoise...
You were...
What? Good evening.
Good evening, Doc.
May I ask you what you do for a living, Mr. Kimura?
I am...
Why this sudden epiphany?
I was already feeling nostalgic about Weymouth, my hometown.
How is the situation?
I've heard rumors about armed men patrolling and fight.
What can you tell me?
If you really want to know, I was locked in that building for 3...
And why?
That was the weirdest part.
Which stars?
That's the whole point. He wanted me...
What did he say?
He constantly whined about the voice of his master.
Why are you so...
I was focused so much on making money, I almost forgot that my relative...
Have you heard anything?
I was not only a bad landlord...
At least now you're ready to go back and see them.
You make it sound like you suffered from an absent father.
Have you no
Over the years, I'm afraid my greed...
Those you grew up with didn't share.
Would you believe I was once a member of Poetry, sir?
Can you?
I've seen what an altruistic gesture can do.
There is no need to thank me.
You did not only rescue me, you...
How will you cope if you're...
I don't know. I've heard about...
Have you...
I heard about his plan to eradicate...
Tell me, Tadao.
I don't know. We met a few times at the Royal Greenwich Observatory.
Did he fake?
No. In his madness, he spoke about...
Yes. Astronomy.
Stars are not just dots in the sky, Doctor.
You're right. But children love...
Protection by the light of the stars.
Pegasus.
Memory's a strange thing.
Goodbye.
Is there anything to connect me to this city anymore?
Women of all countries unite!
Goody.
I have...
Really? You have piqued my...
It's a place where you eat in complete darkness.
My, oh my! How interesting.
Have you any news?
I heard he intends to...
Good.
It's always been...
Good evening, Miss T.
Dr. Reed. Oh, thank...
Please don't mention it, miss.
Good.
What do you do for a living, Miss Teasdale?
Before my kidnapping, I was a waitress in a pub.
Were you fired?
No. It's just that after my
What do you intend?
Dad always told me, Louise, if you want something...
Be very careful, Miss Teasdale.
You killed my kidnapper by yourself, didn't you?
What can you tell?
I've never really liked this part of town. It was where my...
What exactly don't you like about it?
People here are contemptuous and elitist.
What can you tell?
Never heard of him.
Really? He's very well known in London.
He a big shot or something. Never in...
Why did your father feel...
Last time we saw each other, we had a terrible argument.
I see.
We argued a lot. Me and Dad.
Your father never...
Yeah, that was my dad.
What do you mean?
That last argument we had, it was more...
Louise, what can you tell me?
The little fucker claimed he'd fallen in love with me.
Really? Did you...
Well, immortality. Not a common wedding gift, is it?
What?
Don't be embarrassed, Dr. Reed. I was just asking.
You seem to cherish your...
Dad was the best. He kept an eye on me, but...
I'm sorry you didn't have the opportunity.
That's all right. He's buried in consecrated...
Goodbye.
It's always been your house. master, not mine.
There are rumors of abductions in the West End at night. Yes, Mr. Jonathan?
I found an old...
Your father wanted me to give you this letter for your 30...
I realize now, you knew my father.
No, sir. Mr. Reed was not exactly full...
Goodbye.
Miss Reed worries me, Mr. Jonathan. She sometimes sneaks out alone and can't find her way home.
Hello again.
Jonathan!
Father seems to have left me some document.
No, Johnny. But your father
I remember now. He used to post...
Your father was always so proud each time...
I was proud too.
The important thing is that you remember it now.
Could Father have conceived some sort of...
I really can't say, Johnny. Perhaps you should talk...
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
No rest for the wicked.
Don't forget to check every door.
Crush the leech, boys! Fuck, he's dead!
I have it. I can now open the box.
Have no fear, brothers! Have faith, brothers! Freeman shall prevail!
Oh, it smells like rotten meat. Once near, I know it. It's too quiet. I don't like it.
don't know if I should read this. I can't believe it.
We cannot be defeated.
Return later.
Steady, boys! We've got one of them! Over there! There's one of them burning!
Hello? Is anyone there?
Jonathan, is that you? I did.
Thank you, Venus.
I was going to bed, actually.
I'm sure you can spare me.
Of course you may. That you are always welcome here. But at this hour of night? I feared the worst. I'm so sorry for your loss, Jonathan.
It's locked.
It's a pleasure to see.
So you returned from the war in one piece too?
How is the old rascal?
Probably outside, chasing ghosts and chimera.
How have you been since the last time we met?
I've done my duty. Like all British would.
I understand. Luckily, this part of town has been saved from the worst of the bombings, from what I've seen.
Yes, and it's also true about the epidemic.
Venus, why do you...
Everyone laughs at Clarence now. And they have...
Have you noticed...
You mean except for your return to town? No. Oh, and again, Jonathan. Please accept...
Thank you, Venus.
I wish I could have assisted at the funeral, but, you know, it's been so quick. And what with the epidemic and...
There's no need to apologize, my dear. It's normal,
considering the circumstances.
No, it's not. I am sure that Clarence has not even thought to...
Why is my return?
It's more an unexpected happy end than a surprise. You and Clarence.
Have you any reason?
I heard he's launched a project to build a wall.
Do you need my...
It would appear that old
And I'm happy to...
Thank you, Jonathan. But at this hour of night?
back in the grave, you! You listening? Kill it! Don't you know?
Hello, Venus.
I remember when Mary came here with her husband and her son. They were such a beautiful couple.
No invitation is needed to enter this building. That can't be a good sign. No sign of a struggle. It seems Charlotte's friend knew the killer and let him in. Blood. I should follow the trail.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
I could ask you the same.
I'm the Marquis de Bois-Colombes, and
I'm not here to sustain myself.
A young woman killed by a vampire?
And who?
I am Jacques-Michel Guillaume Fleury.
You're French, but your English is quite good.
I was born in France, sir, but I consider
Dear cousin.
We could be of the same blood, my dear.
What are you doing?
I recently decided to visit London.
You take...
I have been a totally depraved and immoral creature since the...
What do you...
Take pleasure. Take pictures. Enjoy the show.
I followed the trail of blood.
Oh, you're referring to that young...
So you admit you murdered her?
I admit nothing, my good sir.
What happened?
She wanted to become one of us.
And then what?
The body rejected my blood.
Your cruelty deserves punishment.
And what else is new?
Now my domain, young echo!
Good.
I may...
They're all around you, waiting for you to let your guard down.
Women of all countries unite!
Good evening.
And good evening to you, Doc.
I have found out.
I can handle the truth. There's no...
Your friend was planning to become a vampire.
My mother told me many times about the risks of being turned.
No, the risk is real.
I should never have talked to Emily about vampires. I never thought she'd actually...
Goodbye, Sharp.
She's been quite busy these last few...
Good.
And good...
Good.
She's been...
Good evening.
Hello again, Doctor. As long as you have...
Good evening.
Hello again.
Can I...
As long as you have... Girl when her principal. You've got no idea.
Good evening.
Hello again, Doc.
Can I...
As long as you have... Pleasure. Been a while since I've seen any new faces round here. Without the wet boot.
Good evening, Miss.
Hello again.
Can I see what you...
As long as you have money.
It's locked, all right.
I'm sick. So sick. Doctor, help me, please. I'm in such pain.
I'll be glad to be of assistance.
Ah, like your help, Doris. Liars! All of you! My poor baby. I've been such a bad mother. But the Queen herself forgave me. Gave me another chance.
Harriet, you must stop all of this. I can't let you infect anyone else.
How dare you interfere with the Red Queen's plans, Doctor? How can you stop the course of nature? They took my daughter from me! Nobody ever helped me. I've been alone all my life. My poor baby. Where is she now?
Feed your mother, child! Such innocence! Such guilt! I will reap the land. Feed your mother, child! Abundant harvest! Red the crop!
can't believe I'm doing this.
is she now?
Do you think your champion defeated me, my child?
No one could ever defeat you, mother of us all, for you are our every root and leaf.
You've always been my most amusing son.
Then go back to sleep, my queen, and smile at us from your dreams.
Did they feel my wrath? Have they suffered enough?
More than ever, mother of us all.
Until the next time.
Until the next time.
So it's over then, young Ekon. You have put an end to this terrible menace.
Old Bridget? What are you doing here?
This is my realm, Ekon. This is Suaskal territory.
But they were all massacred by the monstrosity that Harriet became.
Others will come, engendered by deceitful vampires. I don't mean you, of course.
I thought you'd been slaughtered, with all the other Suaskals.
I was up above, in search of help when Harriet suddenly turned into that thing. I have no idea what it was.
It's over now. London is no longer shrouded in the disaster's shadow. We're all safe.
Yes, you prevailed in the end. I hope you'll forgive me for the way I treated you when first you presented yourself at our gate.
No need to apologize, really.
Perhaps there will be no stories told or songs sung of what happened here today. But I'll know the truth. Jonathan Reed, newborn vampire, stepped forward and saved us all.
I'm honored to be part of this city's legend. Thank you, old Bridget. May I ask you just one question?
How could I refuse you anything now? I'll answer just as I answered Lady Ashbury when we met a few nights ago.
Who are you? Really?
I was born with the name Bridget Eleanor Wellington. In 1738, my beloved and immortal husband decided to preserve my beauty and youth forever by making me drink his blood.
You were Lord Redgrave's wife. Then the pompous fool rejected you, did he not?
It was about 200 years ago. Peace found me in time. And I sincerely hope it will find you too, now that all is over.
No, it's not over. I may have ended the vampire epidemic, but I still need answers from the woman I love.
I feared you would say that. Go then, young Ekon, and face your fate. Just remember that I'll always be here for you.
London has been cleansed. This catastrophe came about when an ancient, malignant will crossed paths with mortal imprudence. For now, we are safe. For now. My craving for blood remains. Red like hate, red like hunger. Red as life and death, passing from one immortal to another. From predator to victim. Patiently biding its time to rise again. London has been cleansed for now, but there's a simmering hatred, fear, and old grudges. When will we succumb, mortals and immortals alike? The next disaster is only a matter of time. My only hope now is to catch the woman I love, to understand why she fled, and unmask the secret that has been lurking in her blood for so long. Well, this is it. Lady Ashbur's domain. Why am I not surprised it's not on any maps? I'd better hurry.
Beautiful morn, my child. It looks like dawn is here at long last.
Can't you just leave me alone? Your precious queen has been sent back to the bottomless pit from whence she came. The nightmare is almost over.
I am here to say goodbye. The sun's warmth exhausts me. Soon I will rejoin my queen in her endless sleep. It is over. You did well.
So our beloved mother will just go back to sleep, now that enough people have suffered. Is that it?
No, Jonathan. The Morrigan has been appeased because you dared confront her. You have prevailed, my bittersweet champion.
And what are you to her? Her counterpart? Her opponent in some timeless game?
She is my mother. My dreadful and sour-tempered mother. She is yours too, in a way, but you are not born from her terrible womb like me. You are but a distant child.
What does she seek? Revenge? Retribution?
She seeks nothing, since she only dreams of it. In the ancient tongue, when I was young, her name meant ghostly queen. Pray she never fully awakens, for her wrath knows no bounds.
Why did Harriet Jones?
You are the doctor. You hold the knowledge needed to answer such a question. Have you the answer?
I noticed that all the Icors were female, as if a male couldn't endure the metamorphosis. Harriet was also a bitter and resentful woman, as was her daughter.
If the Morrigan prefers despoiled women to become the vessels of her wrath, we should be thankful that but one disaster hath been cast upon this wobbling world.
Icors seem to carry various diseases. They did not merely turn people into skulls. Their presence alone spreads death.
Who knows whether the Red Queen awakens when cursed mortals endure such epidemics, or if the contagions emerge like a curse as she awakes.
This is not over. I am here to find the true origin of the blood of hate.
'Tis unwise to interfere with a tale rooted so deeply in the suffering of others.
What will happen to Ascalon? Will you let them run the country from the shadows?
With your progeny at its head, it would not be long before this Ekon assembly catches a second wind. To discreetly control its plans is your decision to make.
What will become of the vampire hunters?
In their leader, you now have a spy behind enemy lines. By guiding your progeny, you may yet protect your immortal friends for some time to come. If you dare.
What will become of the Brotherhood?
I foresee trouble for them now that your progeny considers becoming the new primate.
But I'm certain the current primate has no wish to resign.
Exactly. And I am not fully convinced your progeny truly understands what dreadful power he is about to defy.
No. I must know why Elizabeth fled here when I discovered she was the original healthy carrier.
No, she is not what you say she is. That is a secret you will discover soon enough.
And you? Why are you here? Which new thread of which old twisted plan are you seeking to pull now? Tell me the truth.
I am just here to salute my sons, and to bid them fare thee well.
Your sons? Plural? My God, will you ever stop speaking in riddles?
Perhaps I am too old for your spoken language. Perhaps you now have so many subtle words you no longer hear the simplest ones.
Tell me about William Marshall. Why is his blood so strong?
He is not stronger than you, only older. You are strong, Jonathan Reed. A champion of your time, chosen to defeat a threat spawned of this generation.
Is he here? Is William Marshall here? Is that why you're here now, too?
Have I not already answered that question?
His blood was not tainted. The blood Lord Redgrave possessed. That which I used in the serum. But what if it had been?
Then you would have failed, I suppose. For the blood of hate would have corrupted you too.
When he fought me, Geoffrey McCullum used a serum made of King Arthur's blood. Since then, I have discovered that it was vampire blood. Whose blood was it?
You just said it. It was the blood of a king. The blood of the champion I chose to save this land in its time of greatest peril.
King Arthur was also your progeny. Why am I not surprised?
Yes, he was. But he failed in the end. And for centuries the land suffered his defeat.
Who are your sons? Why do you bid them farewell now?
You are my son, as is William Marshall.
This is madness. How many have you created? Who else? Shakespeare? Isaac Newton? Alfred the Great? Francis Drake? Thomas More? Guy Fawkes?
My progeny is scarce, for I rarely feel the urge to protect this land anymore. But yes, one of those you named is your immortal brother. Maybe you shall meet one night.
So that is all we are to you? Puppets you create to defeat some threat born from a dreaming devil?
No. You are my sons. I am proud of you. I mourn when you fail.
Speak clearly then, and answer my last question.
What is it?
Did I defeat the epidemic?
Now you've found the castle, Jonathan Reed. Only you can answer that. Farewell, my child. I shall dream about you soon.
It's locked, all right. The castle walls look decrepit. Maybe I can find a way to sneak in. It's locked. It's locked, all right. The lady of the manor isn't expecting visitors. Maybe it's just my imagination, but I think I smell it. Elizabeth's perfume. She must be here somewhere. This castle is falling apart. It's locked. That sweet fragrance. Elizabeth's perfume. She was here, and recently. This painting looks suspicious. I cannot enter. I have this thirst for blood. Here's another switch. I should keep looking. What are these symbols? I can feel a mechanism, but it doesn't work. Here's another switch. I should keep looking. What are these symbols? I can feel a mechanism, but it doesn't work.
Drop your sword, Father. You have nothing to be afraid of.
Shall we abandon this then? Shall we lower our heads?
No. Never. You taught me that.
Blood is approaching. Old but young. How strange. Shall I drink it? Smite it?
No, Father. He is a friend. Please, rest. I'll take care of it.
Caution, Elizabeth. Deceit runs through these veins.
I know, Father. What took you so long, Jonathan?
Is this really him?
Yes. This is William Marshall, 1st Earl of Pembroke, servant of 5 mortal kings, former regent and savior of England. The greatest knight who ever lived, according to some.
And you called him father?
For he gave me eternal life, and much more.
I have so many questions, Elizabeth.
You always had questions, Dr. Reed.
Now that I stand before you both, in this vault, I know not where to begin.
We still have a few minutes left.
What is this place?
This is the Ashbury estate. I inherited the title when I purchased the castle.
Is this your retreat? Something of a secret place?
It's more of a sanctuary, really. This is where I take care of my father. Ever since he became unwell.
Are you not afraid someone might discover you here? It's not that hard to find.
Do not assume that I would hesitate to silence anyone who tried to reveal my secret. Fortunately, it has rarely come to that.
Why did you flee?
When you told me I was the healthy carrier, I had nowhere else to go.
You mean you had to return to the real source of this scourge?
Yes, to end it, once and for all.
Will you go back to London?
No, Jonathan.
And what of your daughter?
Charlotte is a strong, independent woman who's about to come into money. I took care of everything. Now it's time for her to shape her future.
I have destroyed the disaster, this creature that Harriet Jones had become. The epidemic is no more, and London will recover. In time.
Yes. You did well, Jonathan. You truly saved the city.
Yes, we did. Despite all obstacles. I'm truly convinced we...
I cannot bear knowing I was the cause of all this. Through the use of my own blood.
No. This catastrophe was the result of unethical experimentation. And the will of a creature so inexplicably evil, she exceeds all the terrible wonders I have seen since my death.
But it was my blood all along. My corrupt...
Why are you hiding?
How could I not take care of him? He sacrificed himself by giving me the only dose of antidote he had.
He gave you the antidote?
Yes. And in doing so, he knew he'd have to be confined here. And yet he volunteered. That's how great a man William Marshall was. And still is.
What do you do for him?
I visit him as often as possible. I paint the landscapes he will never see again. I feed him with my blood.
You feed him? You barely sustain yourself on the weak blood of the dying, yet you give him your blood?
After he saved me from the blood rage, I swore I would never kill to feed. He said the same.
Is he dangerous?
What do you think? He is a thirsty Ekon who has not fed in centuries. An elder vampire, driven by an urge to kill and spread the blood of hate.
No redemption, then?
And yet he thinks he has been offered immortality by the angels to protect the feeble and to smite the unholy.
Can he communicate?
Yes. Sometimes he even seems like the noble...
We could...
It's too late. The blood of hate has run for too long. The antidote would not work on him. I tried. Believe me, I tried.
William Marshall infected you. He is the true, original carrier.
Yes. But he saved me by sacrificing himself.
Saved you? How?
The tears of angels. The cleansing of impure blood by an older, more powerful blood. It worked on me, did it not?
Yes. Blood is the definitive key to our species. Scowls, cleansing, lineage. Do you really think it worked?
It has, Jonathan. I was nothing but a beast who took pleasure in slaughter. I roamed across Europe, reaping my bloody crop. It was the blood of hate. But my father's antidote cured me.
Who are you?
How could I answer that? I went through many lives and identities to reach this day. To you, I am Elizabeth Ashbury, and that's all I wish to be.
I need to know more.
I was born Elizabeth Samantha Mary Englewood in 1551 in Hertfordshire. My parents owned a pub in Hoddesdon. Are you satisfied?
How did you meet?
He was an Ekon for centuries when he found me. He saved me from certain death by making me his progeny.
Why did he...
You should ask him that.
Did you ever...
Not even when he was infected and bit me. He is my father. He raised me. He taught me.
What about...
What do you mean?
You know my feelings towards you, Elizabeth. But you...
I love you, Jonathan. I've loved you since the...
You should have...
No, Jonathan. The William Marshall myth lies at the heart of so many hostile plans. I could not risk jeopardizing his safety.
So why did you come here? You knew I would...
Because I know now the blood of hate is still in my veins. No one but I can put an end to this tragedy.
I can help you. You can trust me, Elizabeth.
No, I cannot. You chose to follow Ascalon's orders. You unleashed an immortal Aloysius Dawson into this already fragile and suffering city.
Would your protege agree to speak with me? I have so many questions for him.
Go on, Jonathan. But be careful.
Yes?
Sir William. My God. You really are William Marshall. You served Richard the Lionheart and his brother, King John. It is such a privilege to meet you.
I did in my day. Come closer if you want to speak. For my hearing isn't what it used to be.
I think your hearing is fine, sir.
What is it you want then?
I found your research on the antidote. The tears of the angels. What ingredients did you use?
Once I understood what the ingredients were, I used the tears of King Richard and the pure blood of the valiant Boadicea.
King Richard and Boadicea? How did you find such relics?
It took me many years to locate their hiding place. Then I had to learn the formula. If I recall, it belonged to an ancient brotherhood. The Order of St. Paul, I believe.
And did it work?
Yes. The tears cleansed my poor Elizabeth's blackened heart. It was such a blessing to see her smile again.
I found and defeated the disaster that was threatening to smite London. You should know that the city is safe for now, Sir William.
Then may I call you brother? Did you resist its poison? Even a scratch from a beast so evil could endanger you and all those you care for.
You also defeated one in 1666. Who was it?
She was a malicious witch who spread plague throughout the city with her army of rats. She had been hiding in a bakery in Pudding Lane for months when I finally found her.
How did you
We fought for hours. In the end, I had to lock her in St. Paul's Cathedral and burn the building down. I wanted to be sure she was destroyed.
The blood of hate. How does it affect you? Do you feel it now?
The blood of hate? Yes. Nothing more than a sneeze, really. A sneeze held for so long, you could blow a fortress down if you released it.
I would like to ask you about vampires.
Vampires? What about them?
Considering your experience, please tell me what you know.
They are terrible creatures. I have seen and fought many in my time. Foul temptresses with sharp claws and shrieking beaks.
I have never seen such a creature. What are you talking about?
Of course you've never seen a creature like them. Vampires are deadly, swift and implacable.
Where did you encounter such creatures?
The last time I saw one was in a Celtic temple near Salisbury. A terrible and god-forsaken place full of ghosts and pestilence.
Can we speak about the Morrigan?
The Red Queen? What of her?
You met her?
Just once, but she never ceased to sing to me. I love her song. It is a song of blood and war. I only wish she would sometimes let me rest.
Do you know who she is?
I don't want to discuss this.
Why?
For a time, she too could hear the Red Song. The steps she danced to its melody brought pain upon the world.
Do you remember Myrddin, your maker?
Only God is my maker. For he created every...
But Myrddin, Michael, is a vampire. He made you a blood-sucking creature of the night.
Blood, yes. I used to drink it from the throats of the unworthy. Then I was punished for my deceit. During my penance, I rely entirely upon my sweet Elizabeth.
Tell me about Elizabeth. How was she infected?
I do not wish to
Please, Sir William. I need to know what the blood of hate is. How is it transmitted?
After defeating the disaster in St. Paul's Cathedral, I returned to my retreat, infected. This is where my sweet Elizabeth found me, for she heard my pain from across the sea.
Where is this retreat you mentioned?
In London, under Temple Church, beneath my empty tomb. I always loved to sleep there while listening to the bell above.
What happened then?
The blood of hate had twisted me into a rage-filled man. I attacked my progeny and infected her too. Forgive me, Elizabeth.
You bit her again? Is that how she was infected with the disaster's blood? I think I understand now.
Elizabeth fled, and I've...
How did you meet?
Times were tough. I had awakened to protect the land from a new plague. I heard her sing for her dead family. singing for her death to come. I chose to save her.
When was that?
It was so long ago. A few years after Elizabeth of England and Catherine of France established their alliance against Spain.
What did you do?
I raised her as my progeny. After she left to see the world, I rebuilt her deceased parents' inn.
Did you really sacrifice yourself?
That was the only righteous path. The blood of hate.
Do you not want...
No. This hunger is mine. I would...
You agreed to be confined here, then?
Yes. Once I was sure she was cured, I asked to be locked down here. I deserve it. The world needs it.
We could set you free. Let you out. Isn't that what you want?
I pray for the day I'll see the sky again. I have all but forgotten its colors. I could walk and do so many things beneath the stars. But I doubt it will be wise to release me.
Then will you stay here and repent?
Elizabeth told me it will not be long now. I cannot wait to feel the sweet caress of her hand on my cheek after so long, as she released. Has the time come?
Yes, Father.
Why not unleash me then? To see the sky a final time?
You already are the sky, and all its stars.
I'm not defeated, for I welcome the sword you bear, for it is mine.
You were never defeated, my lord. Farewell, Father. And to you also, Jonathan.
What do you mean?
I can't stand what I've become. This healthy carrier, as you put it. The flames will purify the poison that runs in my veins.
No! I won't allow this to happen.
I am death, Jonathan. Wherever I go, I can't stand it.
I am Dr. Jonathan Reed, champion of Myrddin, chosen to save England from the vampire epidemic. I could cure you.
What do you mean?
We are creatures of blood, Elizabeth. Everything about us is in our blood. With time, I could perfect the antidote William Marshall gave you. Trust me, for time is on our side.
That is a risk I cannot take, Jonathan. I won't bring another such disaster into this world.
Elizabeth, no. Trust me. I can save you.
How could I trust you, Jonathan? How could I take such a chance?
I'll stay here with you then. As long as we must, until I find a cure.
You have no idea what you're talking about, Jonathan. Despite his madness, William was strong enough to starve for centuries. I doubt we can do the same.
That's where you're wrong, Elizabeth. Since I murdered my poor Mary after my rebirth, I vowed to never take a life again, and I've succeeded.
I'm not sure I have the strength of character. I'm not like William. I'm not like you.
Let me teach you then. Come with me, my love.
Oh, Jonathan, if only this could be true, but I really don't know.
We'll run away. Go to the deepest forests, the highest mountains. Untouched by man, we'll hide in solitude until I find a cure.
Do you trust me then?
Until the end of the world, my love.
One prayer for the summoned, called by this song. Child born from darkness, whose path he must find. Now the song is sung and your path chosen. England is safe, for you have prevailed. I wish you a peace duly earned for the centuries yet to come. And they will come. I bid thee farewell, my champion bittersweet. My queen sleeps once again, and I'll soon join her slumber. Until alas she rises, woken by the hunger never fed.